All right. Hello, everybody. Hello, Shady, Yatoya, Dandy Jr., Camille. Thank you for GLs. Let's do a little bit of warm-up and then jump into runs. I did not do any practice with this game ever since I stopped stream yesterday. But we'll do it right now. I did need to do some final level and lab. I'll probably mostly do final level. I don't actually have room splits working for lab yet. Did you code? Not much. Oh yeah, you're up to date with what I've done, because I've told you about my troubles with Man on the S. That's where I stopped. I had a whole lot of errands to do this morning, so I did not have any time for fun stuff. Hello, Zaith. Thank you for gel. Oh, also I don't have a WR comparison imported here. Okay, that's gonna be confusing. How do I make it not confusing? Because I do not want to retime the WR right now. I guess I just temporarily remove the column. Oh, that's a 4-framer. All right, let me do that. Edit layout, splits. Just gotta make sure. Oh, wait. I press cancel. Remove column. Just gotta make sure I don't save the layout after I'm done here. Ba-da-ba-bum. Yeah, hello, Dark BXC. Thank you for gel. Oh, right, there's no trinket tax there. Cool. My PB is 4 seconds faster. I did have a death. Wild keys on. Okay. Hello, Bronco. Thank you for the GL HF. Everything packed for Finland, right? Wait, we're leaving soon? I mean, the summer is coming. Dude, I was just on like a 2-month vacation or whatever. I don't want to do this again. Oh my god. Poor Shady. We're peer pressuring him. But I mean, I don't want to travel in the near future again for a bit. Really. Because at the end of the day, I am a person who is an introvert and likes to spend their time, most of the time, indoors. So travel is fun to do every once in a while, but I do not want to do that as a lifestyle. Hello, Eramuz. Congrats on the V pyramid. Yeah, sounds good, Shady. No, by all means, when you are looking for your place, like, look for a place that's good for you. Everything else is secondary, and if I'm ever gonna be a guest at your place, I am totally fine sleeping in a sleeping bag on the floor wherever there's space. Like... Wolf's next travel is going to be to come visit me. Oh boy. Okay. I do bet visiting you, Eramus, would be really fun. Yo, hello, Kachu. This the season to be searching for places to live. Won't be bored. Yeah, that sounds right. But hey, if and when I'm ever back in the US, I'll give it a thought. If you'd still be down by then. Oops. I should just go if I'm restarting from the checkpoint. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. This game is insane to me. It's so fast, and I have never seen it before. What was the original platform it came out on? I think this was originally a Flash game. And then it got ported to C++ for PC, and... Let me look it up exactly. Because it also came out on 3DS pretty early on. VVVVV. English page, please. Was built in Adobe Flash for Microsoft Windows and OS X. Then was ported to C++ and released as part of the Humble Bundle. C++ allowed the porting of the game to other platforms such as Linux, Nintendo 3DS, and Nintendo Switch. I don't know if there's a history of... Okay, Windows, Mac OS X. Trial version of the game is put on the website of Congregate. Linux version was in development, but a number of technical difficulties arose in the porting process. Written in C++, launched in July 24, 2011. Based on source code, it was also ported in 2011 for the Pandora, which requires files for Microsoft Windows, etc. And then it was ported to 3DS. Okay. So it was originally a Flash game, then ported to C++, stayed on PC, then it was ported to 3DS. And then a number of other platforms. When this game came out in 3DS, the PS Vita, PlayStation 4, iOS, Android. There's Ouya listed as a platform. It's an Android-based microconsole developed by Ouya Inc. I've never heard of this. What? Ouya Inc. Formerly Boxer 8. What is this? It's American. Huh. From many years ago. Launched in 2013. Oh well. Can you please tell how do you capture gameplay from Nintendo DS? I'm getting a couple of things. Okay, so you have to install a capture card on top of this thing. So there's people who make these kits, and you have to solder it on some contacts, and then you drill a hole in the back of the 3DS, which opens up a USB port that you can plug your cable into, and then you can plug your DS into the PC directly, and you get video and audio through a special software. Typically, there's people who install this kind of stuff. Unfortunately, the people I know, I mean, they do it in like Germany, the UK, the US. I don't know inside Russia how you could do it. Maybe there's somebody. But yeah, the process is there's like extra stuff you have to solder on. At worst, maybe you could find a kit and solder it on yourself. There are instructions available online if you're comfortable with that. But yeah, the kit itself is like 100 euros. Maybe you can find it for even less. And it requires a DS Fat specifically. So not the DS Lite. It needs to be this model. This thing. Yeah. Roughly. More or less. Hello, Shorts. Thank you for the GL. That's 7. GL. You don't want to speedrun NDS anymore? Fair. You can run on emulator at least. Unfortunately, there's like a board separation typically. So... because the DS emulators are inaccurate. But... they are available. You can play the games. Yeah, you can also just point the camera at the console. That's a perfectly acceptable way, honestly. It does require you to have a bit of a... like, it's not super easy to get it right, but, like, the standard for verification on the esports is typically pretty low. Because everybody understands that that's just how gonna be the most accessible way to do it. So if you just want to point a webcam at it and record it that way, even if it's not the most visible thing ever, then that's probably fine. Not sure if I can run the game, man. I see. Cheaper and risky than soldering and drilling too. True. Get pretty good footage if you're using the camera on a stand. You can also get audio using aux. Yeah, that is true. You can get clean audio using a simple aux cable. You just plug it into the aux port, which you'd normally use for headphones. Oops. The other thing is you need to keep the console in range, so if you're someone who moves a lot, it's not the best. Yeah. That is true. I did do one or a few streams like that, where I was just pointing my camera at the console. Not on this channel, I don't think. I think it was just like on my alt, when It was because I wanted to transition from running on 3DS to running on DS. And so for a moment I just did some runs on DS and I didn't have my capture card yet. And yeah, I did get to experience what it's like to try and point a camera at it. It is tricky to get right. The Yoshi Topsy to Ruby cards or GBA, which is a platform card that allows for something can be grabbed by constant rotation. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's I don't know how that would work on emulator then. True. Yeah, I'm really thirsty today. Yeah, I mean, if it's a GBA game, typically people also play GBA games on a Game Boy player, so like a GameCube with some piece of extra hardware. But that's actually more expensive, and it's a stationary thing. Like, you're not gonna be able to use the gyroscope very easily. Although, on the other hand, if you run a GBA game on DS, do be mindful of the fact that it runs at a slightly slower frame rate. I don't remember exactly how much slower, but you will lose some time over the course of a run. Yeah, some leaderboards might adjust. So maybe it's actually alright. Oh, PC or the monitor? Oh, turning upside down. I guess it would have to be the PC. Oh my god, I'm bad. Yo, hello, Laugh. Someone made a mod that flips the game when you press B. Flips the game. Oh, like upside down? Not quite that, but there is a flip mode in this game. I don't know if I have it unlocked here. Oh my god, are you see? I've seen that already. And I would like to know how to avoid it. Like, the guy stays right side up the whole time. Oh, I see. I don't know. I don't know about that. Yeah, actually, yeah, there it is, there it is. I can enable that. And then I might be able to already see it in time trials. Yeah, so this is gonna be trippy. Where am I? Yeah, okay, I can't play like this. I cannot. You probably would, Shady. You probably would. I'm too used to the game looking proper. So you made a mod that flips you IRL when you press flip. What's up, a banker? I don't think so. But you could just do it yourself. You just flip yourself.
Imagine if gravity was split parallel, like all massive objects would not attract all other objects, rather would push them away. Oops. I mean, wouldn't planet Earth just, you know, drift off into outer space? Wouldn't we all just fly up into the sun? It would like instantly get heat death of the universe, yeah. Earth would T-pose. Undefined behavior. The simulation we're currently living in would sack fault and we could escape the sandbox. Honestly, that sounds like the good ending. Sign me up. Oh, shoot. So now I'm in a room that flips your room when you type exclamation mark room. I don't think so. I flipped the room myself. You like the idea? Oh boy. I hate this room so much. Freaking time slip. What can flip every time SPD presses space? Oh boy. What's going on every time you touch one of those bars? That's for what these white lines, these white strings, those flip gravity. This game, basically think of it as a platformer where instead of jumping you flip gravity, and the lines just flip gravity for you.
man. I keep alternating between two complete opposite mistakes. God, I hate this room. You died. Yes, I did. Oh, I need to reset my splits. Ba-da-ba-bum. Yo, what's up, Satora? Thank you, thank you. I will get him. Hello, Drywall. Thank you, thank you. Drywall hasn't had any PMD content lately because we were coding, yeah. Man, and the more we code, the more we have ideas for stuff to do. Too. Well, at least I do. Scope creep. But the speedrun mod itself should be nearly done. Yeah, thank you for GG's. Thank you, Drywall. Shady. Quite happy with that. Yeah, the auto spreader is a bit ambitious. If it's just for emulator, it wouldn't be. But for making it work on hardware, it's a bit difficult. Honestly, might be easier to do it through Wi-Fi. Not much left on the speedrun mod. Yeah. It's not the same, but for some reason, when the screens were flipping fast, I was getting Legacy of the Wizard vibes. What's Legacy of the Wizard? I feel like I've heard that name before. Oh, it's... I've seen this game before. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I might want to play it eventually. Looks interesting. Let me pull up a video again. Yeah, maybe I'll play it someday. Yeah, what's up, Capsort? VVVVVV, that's 7. I feel like the OCR might be fun. Like, it doesn't matter if it's not perfectly accurate always. You could still predict the timer. Catching a black screen for splitting should be accurate. Basically, always run the timer at RTA, and then once you get an update from the video, then you correct it. I mean... Yeah, I feel like it would work, but it would be at least still more difficult for the user to set up. Because it's one thing if you just have to open your emulator, or in DS you just plug a USB cable in. It's another thing if you have to download autosplit or whatever, like a custom program we're using, and then define the capture region. I think when I did this, because I did do a video-based autosplitter once, like the best way was to open a window projector on OBS before doing a tense, and then pointing the autosplit program to it, and then that would be its capture region. It's like, it works. It's just a bit more complicated to set up. On different cache with USB. Well, it depends on... I do get the feel that the DSPCO is going to become quite a lot more popular coming up. Maybe not everybody might have a USB port. I think that is maybe the one area in which we might have some issues. But... I do think the DSPCO itself at least will gain footing. Yeah, there is an SM64 video autosplitter, but it is optional. Assuming anybody actually even runs BMD. Right. Remains to be seen exactly just how popular the speedrun mod is going to continue being. Yeah, the autosplitter is optional too, but since it's... I feel like since we would use it for our timing method, then there would be a lot more interest in having light split read it, so you can have proper splits. Like, it's one thing if you're doing it just for the autosplitter. It's another thing if you're doing it to get time for your splits. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and do some runs. I'm already on vanilla, yes? Yes. I mean, I also do anticipate that, like, a lot of people will run on MU anyway. Because... I think especially if we are just gonna have all the same board and running our hardware doesn't really have an intrinsic advantage beyond just a little bit of less input latency maybe, then most people just won't bother getting hardware. or I mean, even you're just running on emulator at this point. Despite the fact that if you just found your DS, you would have probably saved like 20 seconds or whatever. But it is more negligible. Oh, you found it already? Okay, well. Just don't want to deal with the top screen. Right. Fair enough. Gotta fix your DS eventually. Imagine doing runs in this temperature. Imagine being outside. I'm used to controller right now. Fair enough. I'm also about me grind. Fair. Alright. I guess we can... Wait. Okay, the auto splitter is active. Awesome. Okay, let's go. Let's see what I can do today. Mzizri going. Yes. I guess I'll add one thing on the auto splitter thing. I think ultimately the ideal thing would be to have options so that, I mean, if it was available, my own preference would be to run with USB memory reading. Oops. But if you don't want to use it or can't, then you can also use some other solution like a video reader or a Wi-Fi solution. Now, I don't know if we're really gonna have the bandwidth to develop all of those solutions. Oh god. Oh, let me reset. That was actually a decent run already of SS2 right off the bat. Quen, please make me auto splitters, make no mistakes. What's the point of adding make no mistakes at the end of the prompt? Is it a threat? Are you pointing a gun at your LLM? Yeah, it's a good thing. Would like to do speedrun again, but I'm the worst at APS. I mean, APS isn't... I mean, it's a decent metric, but it doesn't tell you everything. If you have a bit of a lower APS, you shouldn't worry too much about it. Because it might also mean that you're having more accurate movement. Ultimately, I do think it is better to have more inaccurate movement, so long as you are playing in a more predictive way. But like a lower APS does not necessarily mean that you are that much slower. Yeah, exactly. Plus, who cares about being good at games? So long as you have fun, isn't that what matters? We all enjoy seeing more people run our games. Yeah, what's up, you see? Thank you, Gel. Hello, people. Thank you for Gel. Yeah, I'm doing well. Hope you're too. Dude, look at all the social credit I'm getting today. I hate that. I'm 2 for 2 on that flip today. Yes, I flipped the cam back. Do you like it? I would like feedback. Okay, that was a good assist too. Is this a 226? Okay, yes. Getting a time on the board, but time bad on the board equals sad. Dang. Well, I will say this. If you do want to get better, like if you actually want feedback on your play, I'd be happy to take a look at your runs. Give you some advice. Yeah, what's up, Alexi? Thanks for GL. Or BL. Best of them. Camera is so based. Really, yeah. You're not ugly. Stream cam would have to see my wall of love life stuff. Go for it. Go for it. Yeah, this was a 20-hour challenge originally, and I'm still doing them. I'm not gonna take that dab because I think I flipped too late. I just haven't happened to do one in like 5 months. It's chill. Another guy with self-esteem issues. Yeah, that's really the only problem. Just believe more in yourself. If you're bonus on card for Taku's SA2 run at the GDQ 2024 video massing there. Aww. Well, that's just people being mean. I mean, I feel like you have to... I feel like you have to, like, get a read on, like, the kind of people that are making certain comments and, like, figure out whether it's, like, people worth listening to. I think I let go of right at the right time. I probably just missed my E-press. That was a great run up until that point. Oh well. For complaining in chat happens sometimes. I get it. Hope you gain a bit of self-esteem. Yeah, exactly. When it gets to like crowd level of things. I mean, it's not been terribly common, but here and there. Oops. That's not gonna work. Like, one thing I've had lately, because some of my recent videos have hit the algorithm on YouTube, and I've received a few comments here and there telling me to fix my accent. Because they can't listen to me. And it's like, I mean, I could take that comment and be like, oh, somebody didn't like my accent and the people pleaser in me wants to do something about it. Or I could be like, it's not something that you should take up an issue with. If you're just being mean like that, then I don't think you're really like making a critique for the sake of improving the world. You're just grumpy. Stick to pleasing people that have a better outlook on things. Plus 100 social credit. Hello Sladra, hello Zeki Keeper. Hello PRNDDL. Right. Now, I will say, I do have a few clarity problems in my speech sometimes. I don't think they actually mostly derive from my accent, but from the fact that historically I had a habit of speaking too fast. I'm actually trying to fix that a bit. Bad. Speaking English this whole time, I couldn't tell. Right. Oh, okay. I feared I might have taken that too early, but I didn't. You have a pizza in the oven, but you're nearly finished. Alright, time to shut stream. English is my first and only really language, and I still have problems with it. Yeah, I mean, I understand. My first language is Italian, and I feel like I probably have more problems with the Italian language than I do with English nowadays. Despite the fact that I still reside in Italy and use Italian on a daily basis. People can and do train themselves off of accents. It's just usually not worth it because as fun as it is, I like to think I speak the language of love. Yeah. That's a good language. But yeah, it makes sense. I did... Oh god. Missed a checkpoint. I did make an effort to specifically not sound like... okay. Some people would still call my accent pretty Italian, but an actual Italian speaker would speak more something like this. And I really made an effort to not speak like this, because this is horrible. So... I think I have decent clarity with my accent. Yeah, still understandable. That's true. Native English speaker and no one likes my accent, you can't win. Yeah. You really can't. Okay. Alright, we got a run going. Hello, Wookie. Thank you for gel. Alright, sure. That was actually an extremely clean warp zone up until the very end, where I made that mistake. That's fine. Okay, glad to hear drywall. Yeah, lean in and be full Mario. That is a strategy. I'm sure I would garner some attention. I hate that room. I hate that room lately. Oh no. Well, that's Rip PB. Okay, there we go. Man, that's because I didn't do lab IELTS. I should have practiced lab. Oh! Alright. Great lab outside of 2 rooms. Or would you sound like an American or a British one speaking English? When you can pull a "It's a me, Mario." True. Yeah, what's up on the one, by the way? Thank you for gel. Can you inflect an exaggerated American accent? Let me try. Yesterday, I was hoarding some cows. And all of a sudden, one of them, I call it Bailey. It was wandering off way out in the countryside. And I said, wait! Oh my god, I did the IL thing. Alright. Because you don't have to press C in ILs, but you do in full runs. VV. Can you believe it? It's the end of May already. Yeah. Almost halfway through 2026. It's been an interesting year, hasn't it? Thank you, Shorts. How does it feel doing a relatively short run? Actually pretty good. I love short runs like this. Yeah, it's already really hot. I think I heard earlier today that it's like 35 Celsius in London. Which for this time of the year is crazy. Thank you, Hiro. Thank you, PRN. Thank you, Kuto Drywall. Any run over 15 minutes sucks. Thank you, Wookie. It depends. I think it's easy for runs that are super long to be a bit less enjoyable when they also are really punishing. You can tolerate more punishing stuff in a run that is shorter, I think. But if you easily get to the point in a long run where you get 20 minutes in and then one small thing goes wrong, and even if you don't have a top time, you already lose PB, then that gets less enjoyable quickly. But, I mean, long runs are nice when you get them going. True. It is easy to get stuck. Time to run all bosses in Silk Song. Yeah, easy and short run right there. Early games or early games, that doesn't change. So much more strats at the end of a long. Yes, yes. I do like. That is definitely like one thing that was making it harder for me to run really long games that have difficult stuff. Because see, I run Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, but that game isn't... like, I'm not on edge about making an execution mistake or, like, needing to do precise tricks throughout the run, so that run doesn't feel the same. But stuff like Donkey Kong Country 2, 102%. That stuff. I'm sure SMW 95 exits is pretty much the same style of run. You can get to the end of on a good pace often. The stakes are high, but it's exciting. Yeah, it is. It is. When it does happen, it is very, very exciting. But that's also precisely the moment where you really need to keep it down for a prolonged period of time. So really long runs, like 8-hour ones or so. Yeah, but those tend to be RPGs. Though there are long runs like that. Like, for example, there is a Sonic Adventure 2 category where you have to get all the emblems. So it's basically like the game's 100% category of sorts. That run is 8 hours long. Pretty much. That's a heck of a difficult run. In the end game on pace. Oops. Programs of the encourage you need to go to mindset. Yeah, absolutely. That becomes massively important. Yeah, hello, Mominoka. Thank you for gel. Yeah, it is. I can still bring this down by a bit. I think the biggest gold I have left is in final level. I should be able to save a few seconds there. Tried. Yo, hello Wyvern, thank you for gel. Hopefully you're right. Sugar, cinnamon, and the faint hint of victory. That last one is a good touch, I think. Really adds to the dessert. Freaking barreled the bus. Just had a cinnamon bun, so it really does smell like it for me. Oh, nice. I made banana bread yesterday. I've been enjoying baking. I would share if I could. Sure. Yeah, hello, Mac Monkey. Thank you for the jelly chat. Get on the bus and pay Wolf a visit. Yeah, just a short trip halfway across Italy. WR, we get a banana bread baking stream. Ooh. You know what? Maybe the day I do another cooking stream, I could bake. I hate losing time in the tower. Banana bread baking stream while on a road trip. Pizza making streams are really fun. I'm glad to hear. I'm glad you enjoy them. Would do again. Would do again myself too. The Great Wolf Bake Off. Hopefully next time I'll have fewer technical issues. Oh, because yeah, unfortunately I streamed from my laptop and my laptop couldn't handle all the encoding it needed to do very well. But I think I actually found what the issue was with my laptop, and it's that for whatever reason my graphics drivers became corrupted. I'll try DIS, but I won't continue to run if I get it. I just want to practice it. And so I don't know how long it's been like that, but yeah, it was doing all integrated graphics. My laptop has a graphics card. It's like a 1060, I think. So it's not like a particularly powerful graphics card, but it's good enough to be able to do that kind of streaming on paper. But yeah, I didn't realize it just was doing CPU encoding all the way, or integrated graphics. So yeah, of course it wasn't. Yeah, hopefully it should be good now. I took a moment to reinstall the graphics driver, and now my laptop runs much better. Exquisite company in that bus will make the trip feel shorter. Yeah. I mean, that would be cool on paper, right? Windows Update can mess with driver installs? Yeah, maybe. Ancient, hello Pec6. Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's like a 10-year-old graphic card or maybe more. But yeah, still, it is good enough for that kind of stuff. We have this issue at work all the time, testing new drivers, and suddenly part of the driver gets rolled back to previous version or uninstalled totally. Ah! Interesting. Oh yeah, you still work where you said you work, like years ago, right? Yeah, okay. I was gonna say that. I have an AMD graphics card on my main PC nowadays. But yeah, my laptop has an NVIDIA. You should install Linux so none of it works. Have you considered? Yes. You know, if everything is broken, then there's nothing out of place. It's just how it's meant to be. I think I went early. The amount of puns would come up in the bus. Yeah. I think it would be great. You would have a whole list once you get off. Okay, got it. Cool. Linux is the OS for people who have too much free time and want to fill it with chores of updating drivers and software every other day. Yeah. Unfortunately, I kind of came to that conclusion that Linux is just more time intensive. I want to like Linux fundamentally, philosophically. But I feel like when I try to do something with Linux, stuff breaks more easily. And it's just hard for me to justify the time of like learning how to do things. And knowing that I'm gonna get less help along the way, and knowing that stuff is going to continue being a bit more dysfunctional in the future. So it's like, sadly, I have to be stuck with Windows for a bit. Only free, your time is no value, yeah. I feel like it's not necessary. I feel like you don't use Linux just because it's free. Use it also because it's open source and presumably like freer from like quote unquote spyware, telemetry. It's not in the hands of a rich private company, all that kind of stuff. But still, like... Unfortunately, I just don't think Linux desktop is quite there yet. The Linux-based pipeline in one of my old companies. It's miserable if your IT department is slow and is heavily opinionated. Yeah, makes sense. Ubuntu was very convenient as a student. Granted, I was not doing anything fancy with it. Basic coding, writing math articles. Or are people doing that breaks in Linux anyways? My last experience was... I wanted to run libtask natively on my desktop PC. Because I do have a native Ubuntu installation on here. And I think I might try some other distro at some point. But that's what I have right now. But anyway, I set it up a while ago. And then maybe a year later I was trying to run it again. And then suddenly it wasn't running anymore. And I was checking the logs and it said something about some package being out of date. And so I was trying to update that, but I couldn't because my OS was too old. And so I tried to update my OS, but because the version of Ubuntu that I grabbed was like some weird interim version, I also couldn't update my OS easily. So that's when I gave up and I said, I'll just use WSL. So, like, realistically, if I had a different Linux setup, it could have gone better for me. But by that point, I didn't want to set, like, wipe my installation and install something else. What kind of weird gotchas compared to Debian these days? Definition mixed bag. You'd be happier with running distro, just updates, no major version updates, generally. What's a rolling distro? What's up, Graceful Shutdown? Thank you for the HHHHHFFFFFGGGGGGLLLLL. Yeah, that's funny. Generally, that sums up my Linux experience. But yeah, like, I do think I'll probably give Linux another try in the future. It's just, unfortunately, my experience so far has been that it is a time sink, and it's not made me particularly optimistic that another attempt at it will also not be a time sink. But I probably will be willing to give it another try at some point. I guess that's how I feel. How difficult is this game casually? The individual things you have to do in this game are difficult, but it gives you plenty of checkpoints to immediately retry basically every section. So it's not a particularly punishing game. My first playthrough of this game, I beat this game in around 3 hours. They're challenging unless you're going to collect that trinket. Everyone who knows this place knows which one I'm talking about. Veni, vidi, vici. Oracle is how to alleviate those Ubuntu headaches by installing Oracle Linux. It's going great. Alright, but I have the solution for everybody here. Discard Windows, discard Mac OS, discard Linux, install Temple OS. No computer, live in a forest. Their problem solved. True. Just become a hermit. Discard technology. Live off the land. Can't wait to boot up the highly realistic elephants. I've heard Temple OS described as outsider app, which is accurate. Yeah, I guess that sounds pretty good. I mean, seriously, have you ever heard of... I feel like every day we hear of a new security vulnerability that hits Windows. Sometimes you hit of a new security vulnerability that even hit Linux. Social engineering, supply chain attacks. Have you ever heard of malware for Temple OS? I don't think so. Wait, you hadn't heard of Temple OS prior to today? Okay, look it up. It's an incredible story. Oh, no. You switched to Linux today? Have fun. Hope that goes well for you. Yeah, rip Terry Davis. Hey, Ruby Dragon, been on Linux only for like 5 years and I'm never going back, but then again, I may not be the average person in that regard. Makes sense. How's the, I mean, I guess there's a few questions to be asked. Because again, I'm not sure how much you've heard of what I was saying the past maybe 10 or 15 minutes. I feel like philosophically I would ideally like to do the same. Most of the think, okay. But yeah, in practice it feels more difficult to actually do that. Especially because, like, at the end of the day, even though I am the kind of person to spend most of my time in front of my PC, I don't exactly want to spend most of that time figuring out the OS. I want some, like, I want something that most of the days just works, so I can focus on other stuff. And maybe you can achieve that with Linux. Maybe like I'm underestimating how front-loaded that learning process is. But yeah, I think for Joe, depending on what you do on a daily basis, you wrestle with Windows at least as much as with Linux. Makes sense. It is definitely a bit case dependent. Trouble with me, hopefully figure it out somehow. Alright. Sounds good. I'm gonna reset. I don't think I should continue runs that trick if I'm not getting the checkpoint. I think a lot of the problems people initially have with Linux are because of things learned in Windows that don't apply, like downloading random executable from the internet as a solution to everything. Interesting. If we're counting Android, I use a Linux device every day. Sure. But I feel like using Android doesn't give you skills that are transferable to Linux desktop. Unix is in Linux. Okay, genuine question. Is Android to Linux the same way that Mac OS is to Linux? Or is it a bit more... Pretty much. Okay, interesting. So is the only thing that Android has in common with Linux the fact that it's Unix based? Lord and Savior of post-market OS? Wait, what's that? Yeah, all Unix based. Gotcha, gotcha. Fundamentally different OSs, I gotcha. Oh, hey. Post-market OS is an actual Linux for phones. Oh, interesting. Linux came out of Unix, but not all things that are Unix now are also Linux, or rather not all based on Unix are Linux. Makes sense. Gonna be cool for when Google officially kills Android any day now. Oh, open Android, okay. Okay, makes sense. Currently using Graphene OS on my phone, which is a de-googled Android, but their future is kind of bleak right now as far as I understand. Interesting. Wish I was still young and excited about alternative tech stuff and tried it out immediately to see how great it is. I get that. Yo, hello, Anarichos. Thank you for Joe. Okay. The only phone that supports that OS is Google Pixels? How can that even happen? Thank you. Wait, what language is that? Oh, Spanish. Gracias. Oh, hey, KSS. Actually, originally tried Linux because I heard Starbound runs better on it. It does. I preferred it so much I stayed. Oh, that's interesting. Makes sense. Or some Microsoft devs use Proton emulated games as their performance target now. Oh, cool. Preview for Microsoft DBH. Wait, let me think about this. Okay, I guess follow-up question, like what? Performance target for who? Yo, hello Elomavi. Green. I'll keep it. Basically native Windows games. Run worse on Windows than on Linux for Is it cause the Windows comes with a bunch of other crap that isn't being emulated that's slowing down the performance? Exactly, pretty much. Okay. Yeah, I mean that is a bad look. I agree. Okay, okay. I think I'm gonna reset this. It's dangerous to read that one out. Should have bought a DAC before the price hikes of some PC parts. I can hear some Gabe Newell fans yelling excitement from here all of a sudden. Music sampling gimmick? What, the music list menu in gimmick? You didn't know about that? If you press start and select on the title screen. Yeah, for sure, Ruby Dragon. Follow Wolf and Laxus for CV1 and Ghost and Goblins, they both quit those videos. It was quite a long time ago. I mean, I didn't quit permanently, I just ran a lot of stuff, so... CV1 is but one of the stops in my tour. But yeah, enjoy your rediscovery, Yatoya. There's an unused track in that menu. I don't know if you've heard of it. Strange Memories of Death. When was the last time you played CV1? Okay. Technically yesterday. Because I was working on an auto-splitter for Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky, or at least like getting the scaffolding on. And I was trying to find some memory values in Melon DS and I couldn't find it. So for a sanity test, I tried to boot up an NES emulator instead. Like I couldn't find them through Cheat Engine. Like I was applying RAM search techniques and I just couldn't find the RAM value that I was looking for, despite the fact that I could find it with BaseHawk's built-in tools. So, sanity check, I booted up Castlevania and I searched for some RAM values and I find them easily through Cheat Engine. I feel like there's some weirdness that Melon DS is doing with its emulated RAM, where it might not sit all in the same place at the same... constantly. Anyway, aside from this cheating that I'm doing, saying that I played CV1 yesterday when I really just booted up the game and pressed a couple buttons. Probably like over a year ago. Might be it. Lurk here quite a lot, so thanks for streaming cool games. Oh, you're welcome. Glad to hear. Glad you enjoy the games I run. Flora has its RAM behind the pointer. Well, but I should be able to find the value somewhere, right? Like, if I'm just searching for the raw value, like, if I know that, like, within the emulated game, there's some value that has certain values at some moment in time, unless it changes physical locations, I should be able to find it. Now, I probably will want to follow a pointer path to find it, but it should have an address. Yeah. So I was struggling to find that. So I feel like there's something weird going on. It's gonna be like, oh yeah, actually it has a mixed endian reverse stack because that's more efficient. There is a JIT mode on Melon DS, which is supposed to make it run faster. And I feel like there might be some weirdness with that, but like I'm running into the same issues even if it's disabled. So I don't know. I'll have to look into it. Worst comes to worst, I might be able to ask either I don't know if there's like a Melon DS Discord or something. If there isn't, maybe the BISOC people, because they've taken that core and had to work with it. I was wondering if you could reuse live server on Linux somehow for proto games. Does it just work like even on ASL? Because what I thought the situation was that ASL autosplitters are Windows only because they only run on LiveSplit. But what you can do nowadays is develop an autosplitter in WebAssembly. And then it can target LiveSplit, but it can also target LiveSplit 1, which can then run on Linux. Plus it runs to Wine. Oh. So wait, it just works? That's actually cool. I'll have to try. Very not done. Yeah, I don't know what the current state of it is. I know that WebAssembly autosplitters are becoming a bit more popular though. Use LiveSplit to autosplit the native version of VVVVVV. That's awesome. I'm glad it works. Requires a few more hoops with Pi autosplit, but it works very nice. Oh, what's Pi autosplit? Running live splitting Win11 and KVM/QEMU. Wait, why are you even running Linux? I mean, if you hate Microsoft. Was Strange Memories of Death even used in the game? No, that is a completely unused track. Autosplit is a program that can read the memory of native Linux apps and communicates with the LiveSplit server to send commands. Oh, okay, I see. Interesting. It was actually Yatoya, yeah. It was added... I forget for what exactly. Or actually not. No. Wait, I'm getting that confused. I think... So there's a 2020 arcade version of Gimmick that somebody else made. It was using that game when you die. And it asks you if you want to continue and put some more credit. Oops. But it's called like Exact Mix or something. I don't know if it was used in this Steam collection. Oh. Well, I got pretty good at the social credit flip though, that's nice. Maintaining the Linux autosplitter. Oh, is there a different one? Interesting. Oh god. This is gonna be slow. Let me see the time exactly. Downloading the Steam version. Alright, that's good. Have a good one, Ruby Dragon. Thank you for gel. Okay, I should take up 233. Very pleased to say the shadow drop of 2.4.4 did not actually break the compatibility for the Linux Autosplitter. It's a game config and a bunch of route configs for Pi Autosplitter. Interesting. What's the game config for? No, I missed the checkpoint! Alright. Yo, hello, Falchi. What was the NES game that had these anti-grav jumps? Metal Storm. Yeah, I think it's Metal Storm. In a sec. Oh. I'll do that. That was a bit slow. If you have a game config with all your variables, you need to watch and set. Okay. That's all I can read for now. This game makes it really hard sometimes. With all variables, I need to watch and a set of splitting rules based on those variables, and we're at for each speedrun needs to need the rules. Oh, okay. Route fuck. Oops. Is it because it sounds like it's sort of what you would handle through the Autosplitter menu? Is it because you can't really open that on Linux or something? I see. Okay, makes sense. Speaking of crazy computer stuff, what's that? De novo hypervisor bypasses ring 0 game cracks? I haven't, no. De novo is the what's it called? The game copy protection thingy. DRM, right? Because that's the level of knowledge I have right now. I've never played a game that has de novo. And I've been pronouncing that differently every time I've been saying it. Gather on the Nova DRM, people wrote a ring 0 hypervisor to intercept all the Nova Cisco. Oh wow, it's crazy work. I died, it's okay, it was on purpose. It saved time. Good. Alright, let's see what I can do. Failed that turnaround already. A true speedrunner would die if it saves time, and that was exactly the scenario right there. Not gonna work. I don't think I can be. Maybe I can. I pronounce this game's name. There's a few ways. My favorite way is VVVVVV. If you want a shorthand, yeah, you can say V6 or V. Can't believe you're using glitches and exploits. Speedrunners will stoop at any level of cheating SMH. It's truly a bane on society, these speedrunners. You just make a vibrating sound. Yeah, that's the funny way. Yo, I was playing some Come on. Just pronounce it V among friends, but to newcomers I say the full name with each V individually. Yeah, makes sense. Still trying that trick, even though I really should practice it a bit more. Alright. That was on purpose. Sadly not. I can't just make a mistake and then say that it was on purpose. Well, I can. But, no. feel like people would stop believing me eventually. Ugh. Strange memories are on the title screen. Gimmicks for edition. Oh, yeah. Gotcha. I'm less certain it is keyboard and starting to think it's more technique. Barely missing sub 11 again. Not too bad though. Thank you, Jetoya. 1102. Thank you, Elomavi. Thank you, Nani Choose. Thank you, Fun1. Thank you, KSS. Thank you, Kuto. Thank you, Pair Speedruns. Okay, but I'm going to get into a time trial. Yeah, this is most convenient. Let me try line clips real quick again. Thank you, Darkonis. I think it was in English. What, the run? Yes. It was indeed in Anglais. So the way I'd be physically doing it is by going middle finger first and then index. Okay, this probably won't work, but given this is a 15 Hz double tap, would I have more success just double tapping it with the same finger? Oh my god. Wait a sec. Okay, I don't know. Yeah, I was basically rolling the spacebar. Yeah, I think this dual finger technique is still better. I just need to do it right. Be holding my second press, I know. I mean, that might be one thing that's making me fail. If your second tap is too short, then the game could miss your press. Okay. I'm good with that. And since I've been dying here lately... Yeah. Why is the screen an issue lately? Wait, what? Okay. Oh, I got that checkpoint. Oh, got it again. Oh. Can I just... Right, this wasn't a good way of doing it. Because I could go purely with key overrides. I mean, I guess so long as I just let go. That should work fine. So long as I let go once I'm on the left side. So, hold left, let go of left, start holding left again after I transition. Now, let go, go. Wow. That was pretty close, actually. Alright. Let's redo the level, let's get to that point. Oops. I didn't do it how I wanted to do it. I once again did not do it the way that I planned out. I'm trying to develop different visual cues. Okay. There. That was close. Let's continue the Aldo. Oh, that's... No! One more time. There we go. That was much better. Maybe I'll do one more aisle and then I'll move on. Sure. Hang on. There we go. Cheeky little trick. Okay. Okay, one more time maybe. Oof, close one. Okay, that's fine. Let's go back to doing full runs. Here we go. I do definitely still need to focus on both final level and lab coming up. Those are the levels that I am less consistent at in terms of finishing deathless. Surprisingly. Put so much work into SS2 and warp zone that the easier levels are the harder ones for me. Okay, sure. Do I take this? No. Not after that. It's fine. It is quite the backtrack if I'm not taking the checkpoint next to Chinese rooms. Not exactly, but I bet probably at least 4 or 5 seconds. Found a new but small node of ones of for the other day. Before you enter SS2 when you're falling down the big Wii. Right, okay, good call. I thought of that, but I never actually went and tested whether it actually saved time on the menuing. So it's good to know. Thanks for that. So what happens if you let go of left for 3 frames? Do you still land on the V? Like on the same part of the V? Like how precise is that? But it didn't save time because it came at the expense of landing earlier on having a slower overworld, but actually doesn't. Right. I imagine like at some point if you let go of left too much, then you do run into that. So I guess I'm wondering how precise it ends up being. You know what? Let's try it. There we go. It is frame perfect. 1 frame will enter the room and 3 frames will make you land further to the right and lose time. Okay, gotcha. Possibly still worth attempting. I will have to remember next time I menu though. Or after the IS, after hitting the thingy. Oh. No! Okay, two deaths, but they were both kind of quick. Alright, that's it. Not that much time though, and the worst case scenario is basically nothing happens, so I think it's worth it. It also makes resetting a bit less painful. What do you mean by resetting a bit less painful? Oh, because you don't have the teleporter. So, like, you don't have a... Wait, no, never mind. Because when you hit a teleporter, you save the game, so it creates a save file, but that actually doesn't happen up until you hit the teleporter inside SS2 in level complete, like the room called level complete. Okay, gotcha. Makes sense. Alright, good find. True. Sure. Alright, I think this is continuable. There's definitely one saving grace about the social credit flip, is that you can miss it that way. And in that case, you live, and you just lose like 0.4 or something. It's a bit more, I think like 0.7 maybe. But it's not like improposable kind of time. Alright, what's this time gonna be? Probably like a 2:34. 33. I'll take it. I think this kind of time is fine. Right. Oh, I hate the checkpoint. Okay. That unfortunately loses a ton of time.
forgetting to try this for the last couple attempts. Okay. Okay. Oh. Oh, I forgot. Oh, well. Good. Good assist too. I did have to do the backup in plain sailing, so that lost me like 0.4. Oh, come on. Might have golded if I didn't make that mistake right at the end. Oh well. Thank you. SS2 is a very hard stage, but it feels so good to actually get a good one. And my time is still quite far off from what other people can get. So my gold, I just got it today, is a high 226. I know, but Baticus' PD gets a 225. And like, I did a rough retiming of it, just because I was curious what the IL equivalent time would be. And I think it would be like a mid 130. Which is better than my own IL PB.
So yeah, there's definitely better players than me. That is indisputable. Yeah, they really are. Or so, I think. Good. All right, we got this. Oh. I let go too late. So I don't think I can PB. That loses so much time. Alright. That's definitely putting the final nail in the coffin. If the run wasn't dead already. Oh, I forgot. Aw. Without Bodicos, everything I know about SS2 and they surpass me. Never be more proud. Nice. Love to see that. Yeah, hello Mendoko. Thank you for Joe. No! I'm actually surprised I've been hitting that flip as often as I am, because I think that flip is frame perfect. It's the first time I died like that in a full run, I think. Aww. Starts to be a pretty significant time loss. How did you learn this run? So like as part of the 20-hour challenge? Sorry, I was about to say a joke answer and I couldn't come up with anything funny. But it was mostly watching the world record. Well, the world record, and I also took Lexus's run as a reference, because I thought his run probably used strats closer to what I would be aiming for in a limited time setting. And then later when... I think I'm resetting this, because that's already like... I'm already on a bad pace, and taking smaller time losses on top of that is probably bad. But yeah, later when I decided to learn better strats, I did that by rewatching the world record, which had changed. And also watching the tasks and making a theory task of my own. Like, I do think when it comes to like linear runs for games that are on like the shorter or more feasible ends, making a task is like a great idea for learning a run, because it basically forces you to think about how to optimally do every single input. Like, it's one thing if you're like just playing in real time and relying on your gaming intuitions. But it's another thing, I think, if you're just sitting there on the input editor and have to actually insert the frame. It makes me think about sections of a run that I wouldn't have thought of otherwise. Like, it gives me a much more fundamental understanding of how we should play. Also because, like, it gives you a much more... It's a much more streamlined way of seeing what happens if you just adjust a few factors here and there. Like, it's a very easy way to experiment with what happens if I press this input just slightly too late or slightly too early. What happens if my position is ever so slightly different. Is your task humanly doable? Yeah, I did it as a human theory task. Kinda, I agree. It only helps to test if you're willing to experiment and figure things out, which not everybody will do. I guess that's true. Like, the approach that you have while doing it does matter. Like, it's not a magical solution. It's not like there's just this one easy trick that you can do to whatever. Very useful when it comes to structural and discovery, though. Yeah. Advocate for disassembling. I mean, unironically, it also can help, I think. Is there ever anything in a video game that you don't fully understand? Like, is there ever some game mechanic that you don't fully understand how it works? You should consider looking into the game's code. Yo, hello, Nova. Let's talk food and life for a second. How are things? Eat any good food? Things are great. Ran a bunch of errands today, but I still had time and energy to stream and do runs. And I made banana bread yesterday. That's kind of the highlight. Trying to think of like the most I mean, it's basically just science. It's a way to do science, to look into disassemblies and stuff. I mean, this game straight up has source code. Very kindly by Terry Kavanagh. I feel like the most obvious examples in which looking into a game's code has helped is for RNG. Because that's exactly the kind of stuff that is more abstract when you're just observing how things act in real time. It's like sometimes a boss does one thing, but then sometimes he does another. What's going on? And it turns out that sometimes stuff isn't fully random, and there's patterns to it, and you can work around it. It turns out that sometimes you can manipulate that RNG. But you need to understand how it works first. Yo, what's up, Kirthorn? Thank you for gel. Hello, Magenta as well. Thank you for believing. Did you plan the bread in advance, or did you happen to have a bunch of overripe bananas? The latter. Oh no, I did. Okay. Shouldn't die that soon. That was a pretty good SS2. But I had bananas in the fridge that were ripe for like a month, I want to say. It's probably how long they had been there. And I was very skeptical about them, but they were completely fully black. I opened them, but they still looked good. So I was like, okay, time to make banana bread. I have like 7 of these. Generally how banana bread happens for everyone. Yeah, it's like a good way to get rid of ripe bananas and make something good out of them. Well, yeah, what happened is I had them before I left for my trip around like northern Italy, France, and Switzerland. And then I told my parents, hey, you know, I'm gonna be gone for a long time. You can eat these bananas if you want. They did it. So, okay, we'll make banana bread then. Yes, it was pre-trip bananas. I did not think they... I did not think I was gonna be able to use them, but I cut them open with a knife. Because actually, I had never seen bananas do that, but I think when bananas are that old, they get sturdy. I could not open them with my fingers. I had to cut them open with a knife. But the inside looked alright still. So up until, I don't know, probably less than a year ago, I wasn't keeping them in the fridge yet. But it turns out they do last a lot longer when you put them in the fridge. Even though it might not look like it. Because the skin ages faster. But the inside gets preserved better. Love making banana bread. I'm not sure if that's something I want to try to do. Well, I don't want to intentionally make bananas age that much. I wouldn't recommend it. Yeah. No, I was suspicious too. You're alright? Yeah. I mean, I made it yesterday, so I guess there's still time for me to get intoxicated somehow. Not in that sense, in fact, as in food intoxication. Banana rum bread. I mean, for all I know, they've fermented in there. You try banana booze? I mean, with a name like that, can't blame ya. Forgetting to skip the teleporter. Is there even like banana juice? Does that exist? I mean, I imagine it's like... Yeah, I don't know actually. I imagine it might be part of those like... juice mixes that you can find that have been made with different types of fruits. Yeah, another smoothie. Yo, what's up, Dinkpucks? Yeah, this is a great game. Glad you like it. Time to check if that med guy I watch on YouTube made a banana. Wait, what's that? I need to check that out. Doesn't seem it exists. Wait, really? Oh, Viking alcohol. Interesting. Oh, I got the teleporter again. Fermenting honey and water. Ooh. And water. Interesting. Yeah, thank you, Capsir. Thank you. Kind words. Oh yeah, it sounds good. video I just sent is a guy who tries to make mead from... Is it pronounced mad or mead? Probably mad. From a bunch of different foods, and that specific video is his attempt at banana mad. I don't even know why I follow him. Someone who doesn't drink. Oh, I see. Kirtar, that does not help. I do need to learn those pronunciation rules, though. Okay, mead. Gotcha. Man, why is it lad, but then mead, and then there's also lead? Ugh. Can we all just fix the English language? Yeah. I do like the English language. But I wish it had better spelling rules. That is literally the Swedish word for mean. Gotcha. Something something fish. Okay, Kirthar. Okay. So I just need to guess at how that O with the funny dots on top is pronounced. Yeah, you know what? Kachu might be right. I'm gonna go with Mud. Because that's how it's pronounced in German, I think. No, wait, it's not. It's not. It's not. That's... I'm thinking of the U with the funny dots. Is it closer to mud? So, mjad. That was my that was gonna be my second guess. Closer to the ah sound. Closed mouth-ish. Mjod. 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 I had the me part, right? Okay. Yeah, I don't know that the J in Swedish is... It's that is the issue. Okay. No. This is Swedish. This is Swedish. Okay. Well, no. I just realized what you did there, Capsort. God damn it.
Yeah, no, organic for gel. Barold is doing alright. He's still happily running around and killing me a few times. I don't think I want to allow backseating for this one. So, are we at least in the right ballpark with the awe? Or is this still completely off? Yeah, no, that's what I said. I don't think I want backseating on how to pronounce it. I just need to guess it. What if it's just an O sound? What if it's just Mjod? It's not Mjod, okay. Yeah, my mind was gonna go to Mjed. It's pronounced GIF. Wait, is it actually? It makes an A sound. Interesting. That's why I said close and off. Okay. Mute. How was that? And there we have it. The reason we don't think. No. It's just that we're not used to this. Last one again. Oh God. That's why I didn't say anything after the last time I said it, because I was like, oh, that sounds pretty Swedish. I don't want to ruin it with another attempt. Okay. Guess I gotta try again. Mjod. Ah! So I kinda right, but it's as if the Swedish chef said. That passes? Okay. Mjod. Thank you. Plus 100 social credit.
we did pass Barreled. Now, I think we established that Barreled is the boss, but I also kind of like the picture of Barreled being the bus driver. Like, there's somebody in that bus, specifically whose job, hobby, whatever, is to just drive around that bus in SS2 day and night without rest. And they're all very happy and excited about the fact that that's what they get to do. Yeah, hello Zaplex, thank you, GL. Job is to drive it, their hobby is to running over and inspecting speedrunners. Yeah. It's all very convenient because they get to use their position to act on their hobby. No! Oh, I died one train too soon. So, got the teleporter. Ah, that was a good base. Can you slow down a bit in that area? I like the soundtrack. No. Mean tower. I guess anytime I fail the deaths, that counts as slowing down. So sad that if you hear the best part of positive force in a speedrun means you're on a shit, yeah. Oh, I forgot to. Oops. Wait, what's this about Dragon Slayer? Sure, I'll take it. Whatever. I don't remember exactly. A few tenths of a second each, I think. God, I'm playing risky. It's gonna be slow. Oh, okay, sure. Clean. My goal. Almost. I actually tied my goal to the frame, dang. If I didn't make that mistake in, what's that screen called? The one with the falling blocks. They would have. Hey, X there. Yeah, it is. I really, really like this game. Hope you continue to enjoy it too. Wow, that was close. Yeah, it is. It doesn't take too long to beat too. My first playthrough was maybe 3 hours. Oh. Okay. Not too long of that. Woohoo! Look at that. Double frame perfect. Oh, I can't believe I did that. Ah, that hurts. What's... So if I can't PB, it's just gonna be barely, and it's gonna require a perfect final level. I'll try. Man, if I just didn't... Whatever, stop thinking about it. Okay, it's over. That's not gonna work for Lightning Vertigo. Gonna have to do this slower strat. Okay. 10 or 11:08 or so. Yeah, once again, laboratory and final level being just too slow. Thank you all for the GGs and nice runs. Thank you, Nonichus, Saplex, Schwartz, Mendoko, Dinkbucks. Thank you, Giftar. Thank you, Capsur, Axair, Kachu, Elomavi. Thank you, TSS. Could end in WR if it had been quicker. Sentences that are technically true but not very insightful. But yeah, I'm gonna go take a small break. Feel like you had some lag there. Yeah. It's gonna be PB, if not insert all mistakes essaying. We're all guilty of that eventually. Yeah. That's a very natural speedrunner thing to think about. It's like, man, if only I hadn't taken that death and then the other death. Oh, and actually, like, I still wouldn't have PB'd, so I would have had to still play a better final level. Didn't talk about mistakes. Well, true. Does mean something if you can do 99% of run correctly. Yeah, that is absolutely true. That is definitely something that is good to notice that you're achieving. So like memes aside, that if only I hadn't made that mistake, I would have gotten what I'm looking for kind of spiel. I mean, that is an achievement. Like, that is... There are runs that where you can't really say that. There are runs where, like, you made 10 mistakes, and even if you just didn't do, like, 3 of them, you still would have been far off. So... I think playing poker, my mentality learned not to look back at mistakes besides learning from them, but not in the sense of if only I had done X. Makes sense. Yeah, I mean, it's not like, I guess the way I'm looking at it is not in the sense of trying to learn a lesson or trying to make myself be better, but like more so in a positive sense of being like, hey, I got a run where if I hadn't done that, then, you know, I would have PB'd. And you can't say that about every run that you do. Anyway, I'm gonna go get some more water, use the bathroom, be back in a few minutes. I will play some ads while I'm away, so I will be right back. We're back. Oh yeah, you're now finding out about typical SPD Wolf stream. Yeah, my stream do look like that sometimes. Alright, here we go. Let's just jump into some new runs. Yeah, it's from a run where I still had that NES input display there, I guess. I do feel like the CV1 days will come back eventually. Oh, wait a minute. Like, as much as my run was very difficult to get, yeah, I can still improve it by about 5 seconds. My PB has a big mistake in level 5 where I failed a damage boost and then also got long whip. So it does hit all these main scroll glitches I was going for, but there is still quite a lot of time left to save with a cleaner run. And I feel like when I come back, it wouldn't take me as long as it originally did to get a time like that, because towards the end of my grind, I discovered the Dogbone controllers. Generally makes scroll glitches easier, I feel. So, I mean, it still would almost certainly be a multi-month endeavor, but I feel like I wouldn't get to the point where I would have a 1-year gap between two PBs at one point, like I did between my 1048 and my 1041. That was crazy. SNES to NES adapter is nice and more comfortable than Dogbone. I don't have an adapter like that, but yeah, something to consider maybe. I feel like it doesn't matter too much, because the D-pad is the exact same between a Dogbone and a SNES controller. The only, like, the big difference is the face buttons, and the SNES buttons are definitely better. But I guess I also didn't feel like it mattered that much. Castlevania doesn't really have any major button release tricks. It's all just a matter of timing. Like, the duration in which you hold a button in that game does not matter at all, almost. Just rewiring, actually, you can easily do it with extension cable. Okay, interesting. Yeah, maybe I could learn how to do it. I feel like another thing I could consider, if I'm willing to go the non-original controllers route, is just straight up playing on keyboard. And I would have to make sure that when I'm doing left plus right, it comes out as neutral. The easy way to play on keyboard would be to play on Mr. FPGA. Yeah, something to consider, I think. Yeah, I imagine that's possible if it hasn't been done already. Honestly, given how many people run Super Mario Bros. 1 on keyboard, I would be surprised if somebody in that community hadn't done it already. Oops. So playing on console with keyboard that includes SOCD cleaner is possible. Okay, that's good. That's good, that's good. Yeah, hello Shredberg. Thank you for the Jella Chef. I know in SMB1 they're also doing stuff like allowing debuns on controller. Like, I don't know exactly all that Lokuki has right now. But I heard that... Oh, I landed on the global thing. That's okay. But I heard that they have some modded NES controller that allows them to do different things. And that includes debounce. What is that? So... Do you know that thing when you're trying to do one-frame inputs, but it's not, like, the problem isn't just limited to one-frame inputs, but say, for example, that you need to press a button for only one frame. So that means that you need to do a really quick button tap. And one issue that you run into is if, for example, you only hold that button for 8 milliseconds, that is less than the duration of a frame. And if you press it and release it in between the time that it takes for the console to pull for inputs, it'll completely miss the fact that you held the button, and it won't register as a button press. Like, in other words, your button press can be so fast that if it doesn't align with the exact moment in time when the console pulls for inputs, it won't register as a button press. Debounce fixes that because it basically makes it so that your button press gets buffered for the next frame, even if you hold it for an extremely little period of time. And some keyboards have it either by default or as an option that you can enable it. I know that in SMB1, they have some devices that go in between the controller and the console that can hold that buffer for you. So they're basically polling at a much faster rate than 60 Hz, and they can detect extremely quick button presses like that. And when the console on that 60th of a second mark decides to pull for inputs, it'll inquire with the debounce on it to tell it, oh yeah, I have this input buffer. But the problem is not just with that, but it's also with, for example, switching from a D-pad direction to another. So I think overall it probably makes a whole bunch of tricks more consistent. Yeah, it's weird the rail to stand on. It definitely changes the way inputs work. I think it's easily a controversial thing for many communities, like console communities specifically. Honestly, don't even know how, for example, a lot of PC communities would even feel about it. Because not all keyboards have it. The rationale that they had for SMB1 for allowing it is some keyboards have it by default and runners can run it without even knowing about it. And it becomes a bit of a gray area for all our people on keyboard So the solution is to even the playing field so that people on console can use it too. I'm pretty sure that was the rationale. I don't know how I'd feel about it for the games I run. I'm definitely sitting more about... Like, I'm definitely sitting more into the... I can see the logic for it. I still feel weird about it, though. Because this is definitely accepting the fact that we are going to be playing a game in a way that isn't really possible with an original console and an original controller. We're going beyond that. Tricky part is console plus controller is not the standard anymore. It's starting to push itself for the console. To the console plus controller instead, so this is weird. Yeah, and especially for SMB1, they have a lot of people like that. A lot of the top runners do not run on console plus controller. So they probably already had the culture for that kind of stuff in place. Yeah, exactly. At the end of the day, I don't think there's necessarily a wrong answer. Like, so long as you don't lean heavily into the pay-to-win kind of thing. So long as there's like a standard that people can agree with, that is accessible, and the people are okay with it, then why not? But across a lot of communities, there's definitely still, like a lot of console communities, there's still a big preference for I guess maintaining the purity of the game, because in a way that can also be the most accessible way. But the thing is, these consoles are getting old too. I feel like we might eventually, like, this is a really long-term thing, but we might eventually get to the place, like, say, okay, say NES games or SNES games speedrunning is still a thing in 200 years from now, and there are no surviving consoles anymore, and everybody's forced to play on emulators of various kinds. I can easily see those people going, why should we hold ourselves to standards of 200 years ago when the hardware that we're playing on doesn't exist anymore? So I don't think it's necessarily wrong to think that, but it's also not that moment yet, and it's gonna be a while till we get there. Yeah, there probably will. Future generation of speedrunners, still weight will be on you guys. Right. Oh. No, I had it! Also, actually, no, I didn't have it, because I would have triggered the dialogue sequence. So no, I would have missed the trick anyway. I think I let go of right too late. So, yeah. I don't remember if I skipped the teleporter at before SS2. I don't need to mind that menu. Oh yeah, I did. So I only have to tap left twice. I really need to remember if I'm in this situation. We'll also make sure to discover as many weird tricks as possible for you. I like the thought of, like, speedrunners centuries from now cursing us from our graves. Like, damn you, Schwartz! We have no regrets, exactly. That's how I like to live too. So yeah, this is not gonna work, is it? Wait, write this on my tombstone, same. Okay, only 2 taps. Oh, that did it. Okay. Yeah, that's gone. Alright, so I can't practice it again. That's okay. Alright, new run. Is there a story of the person finding the scroll glitches in C1 saying, I'm sorry? I don't remember exactly what Nagos Fast's reaction was. It might have been something like that. Like, at least later, once it became clear that that's what it was.
I know the most lampest example of that type of reaction was in Cuphead, when Luigi found Luigi swaps, the frame perfect trick to be able to fire your regular bullets in plane levels, where you need to press EX and shoot, EX and weapon swap on the same frame. He was immediately like, oh no, I'm so sorry, guys. I ruined the game. Yo, Voldav, what's going on now? Hope you had a good stream. Welcome in, everybody. I am playing VVVVV. Still trying to PB. I definitely made it tough on myself. I got a good PB a bit too early. Practicing for you know what, yeah. That too. I will be running this at a GDQ hotfix on May 30th. At like what, 2 AM Italian time? It's fine, I'm a DJ anyway. Must feel weird to be like, oh, I found a huge time saver. Oh, the run is worse now? Yeah. Oh no. Wait, let me try this. I think I'm getting it, but I'm letting go of right too early. Yeah, that's it. Alright. Oh yeah, Valdav will be running at the hotfix too. We'll be running Pizza Tower. Yeah, hope that's going well. I gotcha. Yeah, makes sense. I really can, especially for difficult games. But I wasn't confident in it. Getting social credit is hard. Yo, hello Laxus. They're alright.
They're just alright. I didn't really get to do much IL practice before today's attempts, so I'm still a little bit weak at the last 2 levels. I did do a bit of final level before starting. But yeah, 1045 proving difficult to beat. Yes, you did. I still believe in this witchcraft. These voodoo rituals. Yeah. I'm actually just skipping the checkpoint and... Trust me, I'll be in the positives eventually. Pretty good. Pretty good SS2. Ah, the mistake right at the end. Would have been a 226 if not. Oh, it's been a while since I watched that run. Oh god. Yeah, I love Curse of the Moon too. Well, 1. I mean, Curse of the Moon, comma, 2. I like 2, 2. But I was talking about 1. Bit bloated. It's... It feels more hard for the sake of being hard at times. I honestly did not mind the difficulty as much as some other people did. And I did feel like experimenting with different characters was fun. I did like the different ways you could use them together. But I probably did prefer 1 overall. I feel like it had a clearer vision and executed on it better. Oh yeah, I remember the social credit story. Yeah. Big emphasis on Hachi. Not bad. Oh. I'm gonna speak in a sec. I feel like I got a lag frame somewhere, like a lag frame, or like the game stuttered for a bit in the middle of that. Threw me off. I don't know. Let me make a quick save. There we go. Just get a better PC. Alright, thank you. Let me see. Exact mess. Good luck. Yeah, that was in the speedrunning server. So if I scroll up a bit... I kind of want to capture the Discord. Hang on, I'll do that. I like the way this started. Yes, I love that. I'll disable streamer mode just so you all can... This message right here, or these messages, are incredible. Very ominous. In spikes too, yeah. Okay, 2 frame perfect inputs. Yeah. At me, good luck. Was this your, like, big SS2 phase? 2022. I guess I don't know if I should call it a phase, but, like... When it was the dominating force, yeah, okay. Gotcha. But yeah, I love this. This is the best. Alright.
Yo, hello Kazayev. Thank you for GLGL. Was pretty much the only one who cared about trying to push SS2 further at the time. I was excited when Baticus came along and was like, yo, this level looks fun. Nice. That's awesome. I can see why this is an appealing IL to grind. There's so much into it. Plus the fact that, like, I don't know exactly when sub 130 happened, but the fact that at some point it must have been close to that. I wanted to get that pin of barrier. I'm sure must have had an effect. That stuff is really fun to chase. Yeah, for sure. For it to cut track at it, yes, the only one I had done was Elo's 130-26 and 129 looked laughably impossible. I see. I keep forgetting to try and skip this teleporter. I'm definitely still amazed by the ILs that you all have. I imported the IL comparison from Baticus into SS2 and in Warp Zone, and it's just so hard to keep up with those runs. It feels like a race to try and lose the littlest amount of time. Like, it's inevitable to just bleed frames. Like, getting a really good IL run basically means that you're playing perfectly for a lot of the duration of it. Yeah. Oh, that just keeps going back was added after the sub 130, you see? Yeah, hopefully, I don't know, the setup I have, maybe you can do it in full runs. Let me see if I can. No, okay. Yeah, exactly. Like, this is catchy. You can die so easily on an otherwise relatively free screen. So this is adding quite a lot of presets. I'm going to run this game in a GDQ hotfix? Yes. May 30th. Or sorry, May 29th. It's gonna be May 30th for me, because it's gonna be at 2 AM. But yeah, this strat saves less time than it looks like it does. Because after you do this cycle skip, you have to go against the grain on this conveyor belt. Vaticus said 7 frames, but in my task it only saved 4 actually, and that's also the most, like, I imported Vaticus's IL comparison into my splits, and the most I've, like, the smallest amount of time that I've lost against that run by doing the standard strat is also 4 frames. So, I mean, not like, this doesn't necessarily mean that it was done perfectly in the record, but there also aren't that many ways of doing this. So, regardless, it's like 0.23 at most. So, yeah, I'm not gonna do it for in full runs right now. Maybe I'll change my mind eventually, but right now I don't trust it either. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you do get it in a way that you survive. But oftentimes you just die. So, like a lot of other strats in this game, it's high risk and little reward. But that's pushing the envelope a bit. Like, that is a strat that is going over a section where the risk is near 0. It's like sometimes you accept those risks because the alternative is a strat that is still fairly risky. So it's not like you're adding that much risk overall. But in this case, it's a very stark difference. It's like that's kind of how I felt about Social Credit Flip. It's like, yes, it's a difficult strat, but I also kind of hate the standard strat anyway. So I actually felt kind of alright doing a difficult strat there. It's definitely less awful. But I was definitely still losing runs to it. That might... okay. Yo, hello, Snactor Beam. Good afternoon. Europeans and peoples. Are Europeans not peoples? I'm kidding. Top level SS2 in a nutshell. Person is wrong. Oh my god, muscle memory. Okay. If your prisoner is wrong, the standard setup kills you to oscillation. Oh, interesting. So that matters there. Interesting. It's going to make the joke about British people, but they kind of left Europe. Yeah, well, they left... okay. They left the European Union, but they're still definitely European. They can't up and drift off into the Atlantic Ocean. So they're still definitely part of Europe. We would change it if we could. Let them drift off into the sunset. Oh my god, I gotta stop. I guess I did it though, so... The bit when Looney Tunes were about going to Florida off of the US and it floats away to the Atlantic. That's funny.
Let's float Florida off into the Atlantic towards Europe. Wait, no, we don't want Florida. No, I'm kidding. Sorry to all the Floridians. Y'all are fine people. Well. Maybe Florida and England can meet in the middle and just stay there. Crazy how I almost never heard anything good about England people living there. Or from people living there. My impression is that stuff changed over the past couple decades, really. Growing up, the UK was the place where a lot of people wanted to go. Oh my god! Okay, I gotta do the standard strat at least once. Okay. Cool. But yeah, like, it was very common for, like... I mean, to this day, Italy is still, like, experiencing brain drain. So a lot of people are looking for different countries to live in, different places to work in, and so on. And, like, a while ago, the UK was the main place where you'd go. So a bunch of Italians moved to the UK. But yeah, things took a turn eventually. English economy is heavily stagnated and they're speedrunning authoritarianism 80% credits worth. Yeah, unfortunately. I don't think it's completely unrecoverable for them. Okay, I finally did the standard strat. But unfortunately, they're also not having a great time, for sure, and the trend is getting worse. Yes, exactly, Kazayev. That's what my instincts dictate. Can you please adopt me? $227. Credits to roll, but there's no music. Appropriate. No cutscenes in the background, just a black screen. Yeah, now that's some bad ending credits. Lucky love when games do that, yeah. That's quite an impact. The Rusting Isle 3 in Cuphead now. Getting reminded how much I hate Rumor. Are you running 1.1 for ESA? Gotcha, yeah. That fight is... it's either very easy or it throws you the hardest possible patterns in existence, and... and it requires you some, like, incredible adaptability skills. So just get lucky, true. I mean, you're only gonna have to do one run, so you just gotta get lucky that one time. How hard can that be? You're gonna listen to Laxus. Nobody ever wants to listen to Laxus, even though that's totally the correct call. Alright, good run. Good. I didn't kill it yet, technically. Whoa, that was a ledge flip. Yeah, I wouldn't be that intimidated by this game. Like, if you're not familiar with this game, it definitely looks like... it looks flashy because it looks like I'm reacting to things that I wouldn't have time to react to, but that's because I memorized them. Okay, Deathless. And I mean, memorization is something that everybody does at their own pace, but like I promise that once you actually do remember what rooms come next and what you're supposed to do in each of them, then you can achieve a similar flow, and you don't really have to go for any particularly difficult tricks in this run unless you're going for a top level time. Come on. Well, yo, hello, Betocos. Thank you for Geo. Oh, that's not gonna work. Oh no. Yeah, it's one type of consistency for sure. Can I beat this game? Alright. I was trying to do that fast and seeing if I was gonna die to the spikes. G, definitely a game. Or maybe that G stands for something else, I don't know. God, final level. That run had issues well before I got to final level. Thank you, Shorts. Thank you, Kazayev. Thank you, Kirtar. Well, what time is it? 7:55? We'll do one more run. Before dinner break and then the 24-hour grind continues. No, that's not how it is. This was just to warm up to 24-hour stream. It doesn't even count towards that time. What? Okay. 24-hour stream as a warm-up for the 24-hour stream. Oh my god. Stop it, y'all. I'm not doing that. And then a 24-hour stream to wind down. So I have a question. Where is sleep scheduled in all of that? Can we eat during this? Can we drink? Can we go to the bathroom? Eating and drinking is fine. Oh, that makes it acceptable then. No problems at all. After the run it back 24-hour stream, you'll be doing post 24-hour stream one down streams. So I'm basically just streaming 24/7. You could also obviously also sleep during stream. Wouldn't be the first one to stream sleep. True. No, it's only 4 days. Not gonna go left here. It's a 96-hour week. Unless that is, I only get 1 day of break. And then I can do another 4-day marathon. Yo, hello Cobra, thank you for gel. That's a nice gold. Ooh, I actually... Oh, okay. Oh. I'm not that far away from 225 now. Interesting. Oh, shoot. Oh, and I got that checkpoint. Great. Yeah, golding the first split is a curse. continuing that. It's either we get it first try or bust now. Since I'm not taking the checkpoint. I probably should have continued that one, honestly. I didn't go up left too much. Good. I love getting these clean plus 100s. Welcome back, Shady. I mean, you actually were, unironically this time. 227 flat. Good tower. $528. Only 2 prizes. All right, we gotta run. I don't know yet, Alexi. What? Are you I've genuinely never seen that. Done a ton of ILs of this level. What the hell? You can be too fast in that room? All right, well. Yeah, I guess so. So apparently that room is a reference to, I forget, I think it was a Commodore 64 game by Tim Sweeney, the CEO of Epic Games. That's not gonna work. Alright, whatever. That lost me a whole bunch of time. Haircut. Sure. Okay. Just gold. Just gold final level. Easy enough. Yeah, actually, no. Wish I had more leeway than this, though. No, God! Really? That was gonna be a BFPB, I'm pretty sure. Oh, no. Oh, God. Well... That was an actually pretty good final level, yeah, outside of... So I got a few line clips past my first attempt. But aside from that and that death was actually great final level. Dang. Yeah, that was gonna PB. I'm pretty sure I lost more than 1.5. Okay, well, that's good though. That's good that I almost played a sick final level. Thank you all for GG's. Thank you, Kiertar, Dandy Jr., Yatoya, Shitty, Fun1, Capsert. Oh yeah, you're welcome, Yatoya. Yeah, it was like as soon as you were a BRB. But yeah, I hope you had a good stream after that. Oh, man. Thank you, McMonkey. And I mean, that run still had, what, a death in lab and a death in warp zone. Yeah, death in warps. I gotta look. Hang on. I'm gonna stop the local recording because I wanna watch that back. I've literally never died in the warp zone like that. Hang on, I'm loading it up on Avidemux. Thank you, Zaid. Thank you, Cobro. What, do you need to stop it? Stop what? Oh, because I'm just loading the local recording onto... I record an MP4 even though I shouldn't, so it's not a, you know... If I don't stop the recording, the video won't be accessible. There's the other... There was a problem with the other format, I don't remember what. There's a reason why I switched off of that format. But really, I should just record in MKV. Alright. So... It's just a container? For what? Okay, this was run 411. Hybrid MP4. I don't know what that is, so possibly no. If I go to my file, where is it? Output. Oh, I can't even select the dropdown right now. Can I? Yeah. Recording format. But there was the better MP4 that I tried. I don't know. I don't know if hybrid MP4 is something else on top of that. Ray Kierter is not even streamed. Oh, there's 3. Okay. Maybe they added one at some point then. I don't know. I don't remember seeing that one. But alright, I died in this room. So I got the clean corner cut here. And then another clean corner cut here. Like, dude. When do I react to this? There. Yes. Oh, I think another death right after too. How much did this cost? So from here, roughly. Oh yeah, just wait here a bit. So this. That was 3.6 seconds. Plus the death I took in the final. Do we do this? Okay, 3.6 seconds from that. There's the death in the final level. This, oh my god. Unbelievable. So from here. To here. So that was, wait, 4 point, seriously? That's 4 seconds? I think I selected the wrong endpoint. No, that actually is 4 point whatever. Really? Is the starting point correct? Okay, no, never mind. 2.5. That sounds more... That sounds more like it. So 2.5 seconds in the last stage. If I didn't do that mistake alone, I would have had a 10:44.3 right now. And then what was it? 3.6 from the death in Warp Zone. And then I had another death in Lab. Yes, I'm playing that game right now. I'm playing that game of what if. Game of what ifs. Wait, never mind. No, I didn't die in Lab. What happened in Lab? I might be thinking of a different run. Wait, no, this isn't the same attempt. Okay, never mind, never mind, never mind, never mind. Yeah, I thought I died in this one. Uh, 248? Wait, no, that's not right. Okay, 3 point... Okay, that was 3 seconds. And then I made another mistake here, because I knew I wasn't gonna make it, so I just did that. Okay. I think if I remove all of those mistakes, I get to like a 10:37 or so. I think so. What's WR 10:35? Yeah, it's in the title. So yeah, I mean, I'm not skilled for that yet, I don't think. But I can definitely get a good run TM. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and call it here. So, thank you all for watching. I'm going to be back some other day. Mina the Hollower is coming out soon, so presumably I'll be playing that soon, but I'm probably going to be able to do a few more streams of attempts of this in the meantime. Trying to do a client lever to see if I can implement my feature. Good luck on the slots. You know what, that's somebody I haven't seen stream in a while. I'm gonna go ahead and rate Freezy. He's running Mega Man 4, Buster only. So go watch that if you're interested. Once again, I will see you all on the next one. Yeah, still planning on playing Nina when it comes out. So, got that to look forward to. Take care, everybody.